Oh, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 823 of FloWrestling Radio Live. I'm your host, Christian Piles, joined today by James Dean Rader, the man in denim. A man who owns a lot of denim, I would guess and assume. And a man who only owns one pair of denim jeans, Ben Funky Askren.
Yeah.
One pair of jeans. That's all the denim you have in your home?
In my possession, I mean, my wife's got some jeans.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, but in my possession, yes, that would be the only thing.
One pair of jeans. That's all this man needs. Okay, it's a lesson for life, folks. It's a lesson about materialism. Think about it. Okay, hey, how was your weekend, Ben? Everything good?
Let me think. Yeah, I feel like it was pretty good. We got one more camp coming up. We got the alumni camp. I'm pretty excited about it. And so all of the sessions will be taught by someone who went to AWA who's now in college.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'll play some disc golf this week. That's gonna be fun. I got a lot of fun things going on.
A lot of fun things. That's great. Funky Fresh ended well, I assume.
It did. Oh, I went to my cousin's wedding last weekend. It was in Iowa, and I stayed in Iowa City. But I didn't see. I was only there for I was in Iowa City for like a total of 2 hours non-sleeping. I didn't see any wrestlers though. I was wandering around looking for some cauliflower ear. Didn't see any cauliflower.
You're looking for them. Well, I know. I bet I know where you could have looked and probably found them.
I did not have time.
Yeah, they're not hard to find. They're a consistent bunch when it comes to working out. I know you can find. I know exactly not just which room. I know where exactly you can find Spencer Lee. He is on a pull-up bar.
Playing
Basically,
Pokemon. No,
no.
he's playing Pokemon. I saw he posted this morning, Christian. He was talking about some Pokemon, and I'm like, oh man, I don't know what this dude's talking about.
I love that you call him Pokemon.
I initially I did it out of accident, but then I realized it like annoyed people, so then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep calling it Pokemon.
He's posting all these videos of him doing these feats of strength with pull-ups.
They are pretty ridiculous.
Like it's
Well,
Festivus.
look, right here, hold on. See, this is Spencer Lee's. I gotta make sure. Is Spencer Lee. You touch that button right there, you see a story.
That's the Pokemon button.
That's the Pokemon right there. I think
Is
that
it
a Pokemon or not?
I don't know.
That looks like a Pokemon to me.
We're not Pokemon enough to know.
I love Poke.
I do love Poke, but it has nothing to do with the cartoon. I'm afraid.
Well, someone call me the Pokemon. How much I eat Poke.
Wow, that's great. I had sushi twice in one day in Dallas for this Who's Number One event. It was
JD. That was like a bad dad joke, and you're not a dad yet.
Listen, you don't wear a shirt like this, and you're gonna get a couple dad jokes off. I think that's fine.
Hey, how long did that match last? 'Cause I saw one of my friends posting, and they were in like minute 44 of the match. What was the match length?
Exactly when it ended.
That's in fact when it ended, Ben.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Felipe verbal tapped.
What do you mean? Verbal from what?
He quit.
He just said, "I'm tired. I'm out."
Essentially. Do you know what happened that day?
No, tell me more.
One of the crazier days of in Flow Sports.
Okay.
It was crazy. It woke up with a tragedy. Do you know who Leandro Lowe is?
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah.
So this guy is like, I would say the equivalent would be like Kyle Dake, David Taylor level guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like not the GOAT, but like one of the greatest ever.
Was 8-time world champion?
Yeah.
8-time world champion. He won worlds, but it's like he's not like old. He won worlds in May.
32?
Yeah, he's 32. He was born in 89. And he was murdered the morning of the event, and was like best friends with Felipe Pena, who was
really? I didn't know that part at all.
Who was devastated, absolutely devastated, and
oh my God,
he
didn't want to fight.
He was wrestling with do I do it? Do I not do it? Can I? There was some negotiating back and forth, and ultimately he decided just to do the fight, and then it was actually pretty competitive, and then ultimately. He just ran out of gas and was like, I'm done. But there will be a rematch. There'll be a rematch. So that's good news for the home team. Exciting news for jiu-jitsu. It was an amazing night.
Yeah, that's wild. I saw someone, I guess, and then I saw something in reference to that, which I didn't understand at the time, but there was a tweet that said, if you did a pin-only match, would you rather quit after an hour or get pinned in the first 6 minutes? I think as what is more honorable. And so I mean, I think for me that's pretty obvious. I would never want to give up. And I would think if I did make the choice to give up, and I'm that high level, that you could make it look as though you got pinned.
Yeah, you don't have to be that high level to get pinned, to simulate a pin. Especially if someone's trying to pin you.
It's probably not on purpose. You're probably just getting pinned because you're not good.
Precisely, but experience is the great teacher. So if you're in a situation where the man can't pin you, you can help him a lot. See, Ben, this is where I actually bring some wrestling wisdom. You've been pinned
so many times.
Yeah, you know what to do. I mean, I've never had the need to self pin, but I'm pretty sure if it came down to it and I was ready to be done.
Did you ever hear about my self-pin story? And not in a match.
Oh, I know what happened. You were at the Central Missouri State Open, and you're like, if I get on the backside, I'm gonna go on a tear. I'm gonna get 9 pins.
That would have been a good idea, but I did not do that. If I pinned that son of a bitch from Oklahoma at Central Missouri Open, I took him lightly. What was his name? He was
Oklahoma, I thought, not Oklahoma State.
This is a totally different story, but now you got me all fired up because you said something. I would have beat Dan Gable's record. I would have 26 pins in a row, but Jeff James. I took him lightly. I only beat him 19-7, but I had, I think, 6 pins or 7 pins before that in a row, and I had 19 after that. I would have pinned him also. I would have had the all-time record. That son of a gun, Jeff James. My self-pin story, though, my thing was takedowns in high school, right?
Right.
And so I take these dudes down and let them go. So I shoot. I don't remember. I shot like a single leg on this dude, right? And all of a sudden, he just like somehow falls and he just clings to my underside on the first takedown. I'm like, what? I'm like trying to do like a push up, but he's like attached to me, And then I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Like I laid on him, because like what else are you gonna do here? This is weird. Like I just like momentarily couldn't get him off me, and then the ref calls the pin, and then his whole corner's pumped. They're like, ah!
So it was like
one takedown.
They were trying to trick you, basically.
Yes,
that is hilarious.
They thought it was the funniest thing ever.
That kind of is pin, because you're just torturing these poor helpless kids that can't do anything. You're making them resort to just clinging on to you.
It was funny.
It's kind of funny. You kind of got outmaneuvered there, tricked.
Yeah, I did not see that one coming. I was not ready for that tactic at all.
Thought he had a little more pride than that.
Oh man. Okay, wait. So back to the original question though. You would rather get pinned fast than give up, correct? But now with you telling me what you told me about the Felipe Pena and one of his really good friends dying, you're not going to be in the right state of mind, man. That's
he was not.
Yeah, not at all. So that's a hard one to put on him because something like that happens, dude. You're all kinds of like, your mind's just messed up. Bad.
It's not like it was a week later. He found out that morning, and then like had to,
Yeah, that's not good at all. Let's just say, so ignore the Felipe Pena thing because I give him a pass totally. Like, I don't know. That would be hard to compete if my best friend died that day or got shot,
Yeah.
But you're in a match, Christian. Which one would you choose?
I would much rather get pinned fast than quit.
Give up.
Quitting is just.
I mean,
isn't that the worst thing you can do?
I would think.
Other than like biting.
If you thought you were going to, because this happens within 7-minute matches, I talk about like the psychological battle.
Yeah.
And I've seen people do this, but if the one person is getting to the point where they can't win the match, right? Whether because of the score or because of exhaustion or a combination of both, they always just send it. They always try like just a stupid throw, right? Like I'm just going to try to freaking grab you and bomb you and just maybe hope and pray that it works, right? And then you see like 1 out of 100 works. You would think you would do that and just get pinned instead of like, giving up, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Also, Gordon has this thing. He was basically saying, "I'm gonna pass this dude's guard a bunch of times and just torture him for a little bit before I decide to submit him." So I think he's like, "Dude, I'm not."
He couldn't though.
He couldn't. He never even got put a submission on. But
really,
in
40 minutes.
Nope.
And Gordon kept. He did have a nice reversal, but like he was the one starting to pull guard.
Yeah, I mean they both had some really nice moments. It made Gordon look the most human he has since like 2019.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. So rematch will be Liddy City, but
yeah, wow, crazy.
We got some wrestling news. We already talked about Teskey, right? That already happened. We talked about that last week. But Nate Hart Jr. announces Davidson's new head coach, leaving Lock Haven, going to take over at Davidson. Congrats to him. That's great for a program that is not been a high performer by any stretch, and so he'll have his work cut out for him. But he's done a great job at Lock Haven.
I disagree here for a second because I really love this that he did this.
You think they've done You think they've been at a high level?
No. I'm gonna take a different direction.
Debate.
They've not performed at a high level in any way, shape, or form. I was gonna say there are so many, and maybe if you're at Penn State or Ohio State, maybe I feel a little bit differently. But there's so many assistant coaches who, if you really believe in yourself and your skill set, the best thing you can do is go take one of these crap jobs when it opens up. Mm-hmm. Because if you do a good job, people are going to notice, and then when a better program, you're going to take a step up, right? And then we've seen this with, say, Pat Pop obviously did a great job at Binghamton, and NC State wasn't even anything all that special when he took the job. No. Brian Smith at Missouri wasn't all that special when he took the job, and he's actually had other opportunities. You think of someone like Mark Cody at American. Obviously, from there, he had the opportunity to get a bigger job. He kind of didn't do as well at that job, but these are always step ups. Like, go take a chance on yourself. If you
Oh,
think
no,
you
for
can
sure.
freaking coach, go prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I love it.
What were you disagreeing with?
I don't remember what you said, but
It was just that
I just,
Davison is at a high level.
no, there was something else you said about what did you say?
I say he did a good job at Lock Haven.
Maybe I wasn't disagreeing. Maybe I just wanted to battle like Ozzy. He wanted 7:45 a.m. He wants to battle. I think me and him we have a little too much disagreeableness in
That's
ourselves.
okay. I think it's a good thing to have.
I just wanted to fight with you.
That's okay. Well, I'm sure we'll have opportunities. I think it is a smart move for Nate, because if you do believe you can, if you bring Davison to some level of prevalence, that would be a real achievement, right? And there's obstacles there, right? It's not just the fault of the previous leadership. It's not the easiest place to win for a variety of reasons.
And being a head coach is a different job than being an assistant coach. So being in that position, learning that skill set is a really good one. And again, if he can do a good job, he's going to get a shot somewhere else.
And it's good that he's been, cutting his teeth and kind of observing and learning for a while before. He's not like, okay, I was good in college and now I'm going to go and be an assistant and just always be looking for head coach. There's assistant coaches like that. Like the second they get someplace, they're looking for the next little title bump somewhere else, or this head coach. Like, they just throw their name and everything. And Nate Carr was not a name like that. And I think it's good. He learned from Coach Moore at Lock Haven, who's done an awesome job. So I think it's cool. I'm excited to see what we do. Hopefully we can go visit and check out what they've got going on there. A little sort of late in the game to make a change like this, right?
Yeah, I don't know the circumstances with their last coach leaving, so I guess I can't.
I don't know either. I think he just stepped down, but that was the only unique part to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna do some more. Do you want to do some more tier stuff?
Wait, well, I got a non-wrestling thing.
Okay.
JD's gonna love this. You know what my wife wanted to watch last night? I tweeted about this. So I don't know if you check my Twitter. You wanted to watch?
Oh, Roadhouse.
She had never seen it.
Roadhouse.
I had only seen
I've
it.
never seen it.
Because I don't see a lot of movies.
Yeah, I haven't seen Roadhouse.
Like I told my wife, I feel like it was playing like 5 times a week on TNT or TBS or something like that when I was in college. So my roommates always like, I'd just be wandering through and the Roadhouse would just be on. Like, like all my team joked about it. That movie is so bad. Holy moly. And it's like, was that really how things were in the 80s? I'm not sure. I didn't really exist. I was 5. I wasn't at bars. But
you know who we got to ask? Shane. It was guys.
He's not that old.
I got a quick one for you. Roadhouse.
He's not that old, guys.
No, yeah, he was. He says he wants to go back in time to 1984 every single show.
But he's not. There's no way Shane was 21 prior to 1990.
But he knows, dude. He knows the 80s. We'll get Shane on.
A fake ID?
I wouldn't put it past him.
I'll bring it up tomorrow and see.
Bring it up tomorrow.
How old do you think Shane is?
I think he's
mid 40s,
mid to late. I think he's like 10 years older than me.
Okay. Yeah. So he wasn't even 18, probably. Yeah.
I'm 50 years old.
Yeah, he probably wasn't 18.
No, but still, you know the culture, what's happening. Well, he's gonna know better than JD, who is negative, 20 years old in the 80s. So it'll be something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get. I bet he loves Roadhouse.
Oh,
is this kind of a quintessential 80s movie, as I've come to understand it? Not that I've seen it.
It's so bad, bro. It's so bad.
That's how a lot of movies were in the 80s.
All right, well,
corny, cheesy.
I gotta check it. These dudes, man, these dorks, so many of them at Flow, they love the WWE and will watch these old late 90s WWE. How can you be a WWE guy and not think that's so... It's cool.
I did make Amy watch one of those. Like, we're talking like WrestleMania 3 or something like that. It was hilarious. It was so funny. I was dying laughing.
Yeah.
Andre the Giant was there. Hulk Hogan. It was tremendous.
That's a superstar squad. All right, we got to talk about 125.
Okay, let's do
Enough's
it.
enough.
I'm actually
Dan Hall
fascinated
says
by these tiers.
Roadhouse is one of the greatest movies ever.
See, it's that generation. They love it. I don't even know how old Dan Hall is, but he's that generation. I don't know who he is. It is a popular movie, though. Okay. Hello to the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been in there yet, and I've got to. Man, I swear, you can't log into anything without having to hit a authentication or a Okta. We have all this security stuff. Now it takes forever just to log in.
Trying to not get you hacked.
Yeah, I know it's smart. All right, 125 tiers. We'll kick it over to JD. This is his pet project. He sets these up, and then we yell about them.
Yes. So going to the light boys today. 125. Pretty clear tier 1. The only question is health with Spencer Lee, and with surgery and however many months it is he's had to heal. You gotta think he'll be back to at least close to peak form. Even if not peak form, I think he's still tier 1. Followed by tier 2 of Vito and Glory. And then tier 3, you got your All-Americans or your round of 12 guys from last year.
Yes. So
Well, this is why I find this weight class to be fascinating. Is man, I mean, I don't want to be too mean, but a couple of these other tiers, you guys had some not so great guys in tier 3. And Brand Courtney, I don't know if you guys know this, he made the NCAA finals. Patrick McKee, he took 3rd place. That being said, I feel like the tiers are actually justified, but this tier 3, it almost seems like we should have a tier 4, given that this tier 3 is so much better than, like, I don't remember what weight we were doing, 141 or 149 or maybe it was 57. Like, when you look at that, if you go that tier 3 versus this tier 3, it's like worlds apart.
Yeah, I've got I actually made a little tier 4 because I
did.
Yes, I did. Because I thought the same thing you did. So Anthony Noto, Liam Cronin, Robbie Howard, Malik Heinzelman, Trevor Mastrogiovanni, Caleb Smith, Matt Ramos is coming down, apparently. Then you've got true freshmen, Corey Land, Troy Spratley. I don't know if they'll wrestle, but if not, I think they definitely belong in that sort of area. So those were the names I came up with. And they're really good. You look at someone like Liam Cronin, who didn't make tier 3. He's got wins over... He has a lot of really good wins. He also was terrible last year, before you say it. But he's beaten McKee, Barnett twice, Foley, Heinzelman, and Schroeder. What?
He was terrible last year.
Did you look it up? He was in red shirt.
I have not looked it up yet.
Okay. It was not good.
Yeah. No, I feel like tier 4 is appropriate. I feel like it would be hard to. I mean, maybe Mastro would be the one, Mastro or Ramos, that you could argue into tier 3 potentially. Yeah, I mean tier 3 though. When you look at total amount of guys, you guys have 1 in tier 1, which is correct. 2 in tier 2, which I think is correct. And then tier 3, the current one, you only have 7, so that only puts you down to, to 10 guys.
Yeah.
So, 1 injury, 1 upset, and in the round of 12, and someone like those guys I mentioned,
or round of 1 if you're Pat McKee.
Yeah.
Or round 1, or a Noah Certain or Malik Heinzelman, Matt Ramos, Trevor Mastrogiovanni. Like, these guys they're 1 win away from sneaking in that All-American spot.
Yeah. Do we think
there's almost I feel like there's almost a line after maybe Courtney too, where there's like separation, where it's like you feel like D'Agostino, McKee, Courtney are gonna finish top 7, like almost guaranteed. But like Barnett, Kaler, Camacho, Cardinal, like
Barnett's been up, up and down. Let's see.
I feel like they could all like.
I did not realize Courtney did a semi-slide last year. I forgot that. Damn.
Yes.
His only loss prior to the semi-slide was Patrick Glory.
Whoa. Someone named Cade Millsaps is coming super aggressive about Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith from Appalachian State should be at least a tier 3! Exclamation point, question mark.
Damn.
Strong disagree.
He did beat Pat McKee.
Yeah. in the top side, and then lost to Shawver. Then
It was round. I think it was round one.
It was. Of course, it was round one, and then Caleb Smith has multiple
That's
losses.
the draw you want at NCAA.
He went 1-2 though. That's his only win.
Yeah, that's it. And he lost to Fabian Gutierrez twice last year. He lost to Corbin Mink. Lost to a number of dudes.
Ayala, Drake Ayala, Fabian Gutierrez.
He's
tough. He lost 6-5. Yeah, I mean, listen, he's not bad. Is he tier 3? No, he's not tier 3. In this weight class, he's tier 4. Probably would be fair.
Yeah, tier 4 is very fair.
Corbin Mink loss is not very good though.
No.
Shawver's also, although Shawver did beat McKee, right?
Yes.
Shawver is.
I mean, if a win over Pat McKee gets you entry into the tier 3 list, it's going to be.
That was where you guys had messed up last year because you were like, but this guy had to win over Patrick McKee, and you're like, what? But so do a lot of people.
Yeah. Same for the Pat McKee and Eric Barnett are going to get a lot of people in discussion for various tiers.
Yeah, Shawver's. I'm looking at Shawver right now. He's got, he lost to Sheldon Seymour. He lost to Ryan Miller. Oh man, yeah, you can't put him in tier 3. There's no way, and you can't put him in tier 3. And he beat Caleb Smith, so no, Caleb Smith can't be in tier 3. He's out.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. D'Agostino, how good? I feel like he did not have a great start, and then he just finished really hot at NCAAs.
Yes,
he lost to Ayala. He lost to Schrader.
He didn't wrestle for a while either.
So he started in January was his first match.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, which is a really fun time to start your season when you're in the Big Ten.
He had a hella strong. I mean, he beat Kaler, Prada, Kaler, Courtney 3 in a row.
Yeah.
NCAAs.
Yes, indeed.
I remember last year there was a lot of like mix them up, like for a good 12 to 14 spots at 125, you felt like you mix them up, and obviously I feel like after tier 3, I feel like that.
Yes, I agree. Brian asks what Corey Land has done to be in tier 4. Nothing at all. I listed two high impact true freshmen.
Well, I don't think Spratley's going to start because McKee.
Right.
Another one, Jory Volk, could though, who just beat Spratley.
That would be interesting
for the U20 World Team.
Yeah, I was just listing some of the high impacts, and with Teskey gone, we could see Land.
Correct.
And I don't think you and I would throw him out if they didn't think he was ready.
Is he too big for that?
I was gonna say, are we sure he's a 25?
He just wrestled 126 at Fargo.
No, he was 132. He beat Cannon Webster in the finals.
He wrestled 126 and 132, I believe. Am I making that up?
He wrestled multiple weight classes.
He wrestled both Fargos?
He wrestled Greco and freestyle.
Why would he drop weight for Greco? No one
Maybe
does
I'm making
that.
that
They go up.
I wonder if he might have made it up. JD's been workshopping some improv.
Cannon Webster to finals for Greco. Right?
Yeah, he wrestled 132.
Yeah, so he's probably not even a 25.
He wrestled 126 in April.
Okay. So we'll see.
And I know he's been wrestling 126 because that's where Bray had him ranked. So.
Caden Millsaps loves Caleb Smith. He's citing losses to Nick Piccinini as grounds for inclusion. He's tough.
Nick Piccinini?
We're talking about Nick Piccinini and a loss at that.
When was the last time he had eligibility?
He lost 5-3 to Nicky P in Nick's senior year. Tarakina is another one we could mention.
Oh, yeah. So I feel like so you have 10 guys
4.
listed,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like that's a really strong 10. And then once you get to 11, I feel like you could go a long ways and feel like this dude's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Tanner Jack says, hear me out. Should Spencer really be on Tier 1 Island? His last NCAA result was squeaking by a Tier 3 Courtney, granted without ACLs.
Not totally true because he wrestled, one match last year, Jacob Camacho?
Yeah, like 2. He wrestled Jarrett Lane, I think. and Camacho, from
Yeah,
remembering.
that sounds right.
Like two majors or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 majors.
I
And they're
mean,
like, this is we
I
got to
kind
shut
of
them
feel the
down.
same way because Ruja and Glory they're so good, but then it's like I feel like until they prove they can hang with Spencer's got to be by himself.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Even ACL-less Spencer.
But now he's got them.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
He hasn't had 2 ACLs since, I don't know.
JD was in a diaper.
Since JD was literally in a diaper,
Mm-hmm.
which was actually more recent than many people realized. That's part of JD's testimony. It's come a long way.
Send the stigma.
Yeah. If JD can wear adult diapers, so can we.
Look, it's all about efficiency.
Did you
No
guys
bathroom
realize
breaks.
Matt
God.
Ramos was going down to 125?
I did not.
I did not until I
Spay
read.
wrote this preview.
Yeah, that's
What?
exciting.
No, I thought that was common knowledge.
Why did you think that was common knowledge?
I don't remember where we talked about it, but I feel like it was well discussed, is what I thought.
Well, dang.
Yeah.
I did not realize that. But it makes sense with Schroeder's graduation. And I'm
Yeah.
excited to watch him. Ramos came on at the end. He beat Luke. It was Lucas Bird was his big win at NCAAs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not.
Yeah. I
remember.
mean, Ramos had a pretty solid
stepped over.
season at 133.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No, he was solid.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we 133 it up?
The Sways asking about Sivo Puyen. He's gotta prove himself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Asking about who?
Steve-O Poulin.
Oh, Steve-O. Oh, got it. Yeah, because he did not.
He's not even tier
did not
4
wrestle
yet at
really
this
any
point.
matches last year,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Robbie Howard from Blake Magum. He's probably a tier 4 guy.
Oh yeah, Robbie for sure.
Not impressed with his results at UWW juniors, so would love to wait and see him do a little better.
Yes.
Ted Carreras, Arusha and Glory both going up, correct? Like Taylor Mond. Glory for sure is not. Vito, I think, is still possibly.
I think Vito
TBD.
is going up. I think he will. So we should insert him in
Double
both
tier
25
islands.
Double tiers. Okay. Anything else before we go to 125? It's the Spencer Lee show. The Levers Glory rivalry. That's not really a rivalry. It
doesn't make sense.
But just like the kind of.
Oh, Lee versus Glory. I'm sorry. I was thinking Vito versus Glory.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. But also.
They just take turns like beating each other up bad.
Destroying each other. It was.
I don't understand.
It was close at NCAAs at least. And they totally screwed up that one call in the match. But Lee versus Glory is at least going to have a lot of chatter around it. A lot of people will be really excited for that match.
When do they duel? Is the schedules out?
Schedules are not out, and I don't know if they're dueling again or not. I hadn't heard that they're wrestling Princeton again, but I say that to
Sean Gray. I saw him last night.
Oh yeah.
Should have asked him. He was bragging about that they have the toughest schedule. So I got to assume that they're not
They
gonna
really
back off
do. They go out of their way to insert treachery into their schedule. It's not easy. All right, we good? 33.
I'm satisfied.
He's satisfied. 33. We got pretty obvious tier 1 with RBY and Dayton Fix. I think there is no room for anyone else in that tier, and I don't see anyone emerging or threatening or getting in those two's realm.
No.
I agree.
And then I think that JD did a great job here with the second tier of Mikhail McGee, Lucas Bird, Chris Cannon, Sam Latona, who's moving up, Taylor Lamont, who's moving up, Dylan Ragusin, and Mickey Philippi.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit here.
You could convince me that Lamont and Latona should maybe be tier 3.
Well, I'm gonna go with Latona. He was good 2 years ago. He did not have a great year last year. He was 14-9. Took quite a few L's to I mean, they're pretty good
It's
guys.
all weight
but
related. He'll be the best.
allegedly,
at
you can
133.
surmise that, but you can't prove it, right? He lost to Certain, he lost to Teskey, he lost to Heinzelman, he lost to Joe Manchio. I didn't even know that one on my wrestle stat.
That was at the
I
Southeast.
remember the other
That was
one.
in November.
That was also, remember when we were doing betting lines and we kept throwing him in every single one?
Yes.
He kept losing.
Yes. There's no scenario. Yeah, it was tough. I'm hopeful.
I say move him down.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, come on, bro. Here's a Virginia Tech homer. That's why he's there.
I didn't even realize he went to Virginia Tech until you said that, honestly.
Stop. Like, why is he over Rayvon Foley? I mean, you could use the exact same logic for Rayvon Foley. Rayvon Foley probably has better wins than Sam Latona does, and obviously he's got some not so great losses also. But Rayvon Foley was 29-6 last year. Sam Latona was 14-9.
JD.
If you're going off of results, yes, he should probably be tier 3. If you're asking me
off of dog,
gut and like where I feel like they finish, this is a little bit more where I see it.
yeah. So Rayvon's the end of his season.
Rayvon's got to go
great.
up, or Latona's got to go down, or both.
Yeah. So Rayvon lost to Ramos,
Yeah,
Brian, Courtney, and Bird, Cannon. He kind of lost his last 4 matches.
maybe he was hurt at the end of the year but prior to that, he's got a win over Ragusin, Chris Cannon, Matt Ramos. He beat 13-0 in their dual meet. I mean, he was pretty good prior to that earlier in the year.
Yeah, I think I gotta go agree with Ben. Either
Yes.
get Foley in there or probably back up.
I think you got to
Latona.
get Foley in there if you beat Cannon
Yeah.
and Ragusin.
Yeah.
Then Foley is not All-American though, because he
Yeah, he is.
yeah.
He did in 2019 at 125.
2019. Oh yeah. Yeah, because 2021 he was kind of same thing, hot and cold type thing where he had some good wins but some not so great losses type thing. It was 2-2 at NCAAs.
Yeah, I would put Foley in there.
I'm set.
I
I'm
think
set this fight.
he could definitely be.
Kyrie, Kolyoko, Hernandez, Mendez. I mean, Mendez, Bouzakis definitely have the ability to. I mean, honestly, if you gave me betting odds, the most likely to move up to a tier 1 would be those guys because they're the one who have the most
It's a
variability.
tier 1? Let's slow the roll.
Yes,
Let's slow the roll.
Hey, listen, I don't know if you saw this match. Mendez was up 12-3 on Seth Gross, and Seth Gross beat Dayton 2 out of 3. In Dayton's best style, matter of fact. So I didn't say I think this is going to happen. I said if you gave me betting odds, that's probably the one I'm betting on because these other guys have been in college for 2, 3, 4. Some of them they're probably like
They've shown their level. We know where
some
they're
of these
at.
dudes are old. I feel like so those guys have the most upside potential to move up a couple tiers.
Yeah, I think when you said it, it was sort of jarring, Ben, but actually you're right. And
Those times in a row.
those two will very likely be tier 1 at some point in their career. You would have to assume.
Yeah,
certainly, everyone. That's
likely.
the hope at Ohio State right now is that those guys emerge in such a way. And these guys have been in the fire for. They wrestle tough schedules, so
Yeah.
it'll be.
Hey,
I can't wait to see who they send out.
So you guys, 133 for a while was just like the best weight class, and it was so amazing. I mean, like these tier 2 guys are pretty good, but then tier 3, I feel like is a really big drop off, and almost would be worse than. Even if we went a tier 4 at 125, I think would be a little bit stronger than the tier 3 at 133.
Yes.
You feel the same?
O'Reilly's tough. He had that crazy match with Dayton.
Yeah, but that was. I don't like bumping guys for losing close to good wrestlers.
Yes.
I feel like that happens to like.
That's why he's tier 3.
Yeah, I think that's
Let's see. How did he do NCAAs? 2-2 losses to Ramos and Fix. I mean, Ramos isn't even tier 3 at 120. This to my point. Ramos is not tier 3 at 125, and he beat Kyrie and knocked him out in his.
Touche.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Reed's got losses to Heilman, Philippi. He got killed by DeSanto. Yeah, he could be a tier 3 guy, I suppose. He's not a strong tier 3 guy when you look through his resume. It's not like, oh yeah, this guy's for sure. I mean, I don't think he has any top 10 wins. No, not.
Yeah, there is a drop off 125 tier 3 to 133.
Man.
Who's his best win? His best win is actually probably Joe Heilman.
Another brutal take here. McGee and Fix should be on the same tier and not tier 1.
McGee and Fix? Why?
I don't know. Because he thinks McGee's good or that.
I mean,
Fix
McGee is good.
Yeah.
He's just not that good.
Yeah. Well, he's not in the same strata as Dayton.
Yeah.
Dayton is unquestionably a tier 1.
Santo lost it. Yeah. I mean, his record last year is really good. He only has losses. Oh my God. I forgot about one. Do you guys know? Okay, quiz question, because I would have got this wrong. He
Joe
had 3
Greenwood.
really good losses. How'd you know that?
I remember.
I would have not remembered that at all. So his
Cal
losses
McGee
to
lost to Joe
RBY,
Greenwood.
Fix, and DeSanto, and Job Greenwood, of all people.
I know after that, I thought Greenwood was going to be not really good, but.
Not what happened.
Yes.
Yes.
What in the world?
Yep.
Wild. Dang.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, more everyone named Brian. We've got Brian Hellickson. He doesn't think Dayton should be tier 1 either. It's probably just we have a lot of Penn State fans in the chat.
I mean, you guys.
Hellickson's an Iowa guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whoa,
You guys can make an argument. RBY.
You could make an argument.
Make an argument here, Christian.
Really?
If the islands, okay, so listen, if I'm drawn and we got an archipelago going on out here, right? Maybe tier 2's a little bit of a peninsula, right? And then there's a peninsula, and then there's a relatively large body of water, a couple miles of water. And then there's one island, right? And then there's a little bit like you can almost jump across this. If I like slingshot you, I could slingshot you across to the next island.
Yeah.
But then there is another island. Maybe.
Yeah.
Do you not like the idea of me putting you in a slingshot?
I'm sure it's a visual many have had throughout their lives, but I don't know, man.
Larry Steele says it too.
Well,
he says the opposite. He's a PSU guy, and he says Fix is tier 1.
Yeah, he's lost 3-2 and in sudden victory to Roman. He's on his tier. And he's also body. He beat McGee 5-1. He pinned Chris Cannon.
Well, that's what we're saying. If he's a tier 2, he's tier 2 island.
Yeah.
Tier 2 island.
An archipelago. That's what I said.
I don't like that either.
It would be RBY tier 1, Dayton tier 2, and then tier 3 would be McGee, Bird, Cannon.
Yeah,
Lamont, Rice,
I don't really hate it. Hey, can I ask you a question then, Christian?
No.
Okay, I give up.
I'm kidding. Please.
If Fix hurts himself, right? And DeSanto has another year. It's just DeSanto and RBY. So you put DeSanto on his tier 2 island.
Yeah.
So you go tier 1, RBY, tier 2, DeSanto, tier 3, the rest.
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I will miss DeSanto.
We will. Hey, did we talk about his performance? Did we bring this up or not? I can't remember. I think maybe I did. Okay, I did.
Yeah, he beat DeShazer.
Bad.
He laced him up. It was 1-0 at the break, and then he took him down and got a lace, and that was it.
DeSanto having transition is that's something else for a guy who's wrestled so much folk style and not a ton of freestyle. To lace up someone
He's super strong. Just pull those legs, just crush those legs together and then lace them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be excited to watch his freestyle career unfold.
Yeah,
man,
I agree.
The Fix haters.
You guys ever do another flow card? You guys should put him on a flow card.
No.
Christian, if you
I mean,
could
we
pick
might do it on a flow
anyone-
card.
If you could pick anyone for Austin DeSanto to wrestle right now, who would you pick?
Musakayev.
Hey, actually, you guys
This guy
are
would have
down.
size.
Coach Messenbrink was asking me last night. He said Musakayev's fighting mixed martial arts, and I said I don't think so.
Yeah,
He's like,
he's
good.
2-0.
Oh, so okay, this is a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Speaking of mixed
Oh.
martial artists, Bo Nickal.
Oh yeah, he's fighting tonight.
He's fighting tonight. I think I saw he's like a minus 2,100 favorite.
Probably.
I hope he's fighting someone at least remotely more competitive than the last dude he fought.
I mean, if it's minus 2,100, that's
He looks a little bit more competitive. Like they didn't just
The last guy
take
was
some dude
rough.
off the street. What did that dude say? He had like a hilarious like post afterwards. Like he
the
yelled,
other guy.
He said "F you, Bo," and then he got knocked out.
Yeah, and like had like
Wait,
Reese's
what?
cups for like his like pre-fight meal or something. I don't know. It was something hilarious. But
He was
Bo's
definitely
guy
a
missed
roofer.
weight this time.
His guy missed weight.
Yeah, by 1.5 pounds.
That is unbelievable. That's
It's
not
very
close.
believable.
It's totally believable. It's just unbelievable how prevalent it is.
Hey, you would love this, Christian. You're really having an impact on the culture because last night, and it's probably why I brought up today, someone brought up the me doing the takedown thing, and I said how many I got, and then one of the kids was like, "You must have been wrestling all plumbers."
Ah! I love it. If that's our contribution into it, I like how Bo's doing his MMA career. I think you should get a
What do you mean by that?
as in
Fight some bums.
don't do Pico where you have a legit fight out the gate and you have someone really good. Like get some
Well,
highlight reels and start to work your way into it.
Yeah, I would argue he's going to move pretty fast. That's just my guess here.
Yeah.
I think you should. I actually think you should move fast. Maybe not quite as fast as Pico. I think there's some middle ground there, like a couple easy fights, like he's had. But this is number 4 for him, correct? Or 5? What are we on? 4?
I thought this was his third, but perhaps I'm incorrect.
Third.
Bo Nickal.
3, 4, 5.
Okay. So somewhere in there. Yeah, so like here, but he's probably going to get signed to the UFC. So then, someone like Ashnault O'Malley, who's now like 15-1, they finally jumped him up big time in skill level, but they kind of kept him fighting guys who weren't that good for a while. And dude, he's got a huge name. Like they really built him up into a personality. Whereas like, 5 years ago or 10 years ago, like if you were that good, they were kind of rushing you to a title shot.
Yeah.
So I think they'll probably do somewhere in the middle with Bo, where they'll probably give him maybe a few easier fights because the middleweight division does not have a lot of wrestlers right now. Like they're really thin on wrestlers, so a wrestler could get in that division and really make some moves fast.
Keith Gothard breaks it down perfectly. He says plumbers equals freestyle, roofers equals Greco. That's how we can make the distinction via the tradesman.
Oh man.
Yeah, a lot of people are excited about this. Think Keith says Bo will be champion within 4 years. Seems possible.
I see it. When are you gonna let Keith Gothard host an MMA show on Flow?
He's pitching himself. I don't know. It's like, can being a legendary Facebook commenter translate to the big screen?
Some are saying.
I feel like the answer is yes. I feel like if you I don't
You know what
this
to
is
say
you,
to type. You know what to say, right? He knows what to
and you're
type.
very invested in the subject material. But I feel like a lot of you guys, maybe the earlier Flow employees, were ones that came up on the message boards.
Oh, that was me. I was definitely a
Message board warrior right
board
here.
warrior.
And you were involved in the discussion, and you know what people wanted to hear. So boom, it translates.
Yeah.
Keith Gothard, your show starts next Monday.
He said, "Oh, it translates." That's so funny. Yeah, but we don't have really a big presence in MMA, so I don't see us starting an MMA show. But
That's not really what you guys do.
it's not really what we do.
Yeah.
All right. Gavin McCarron would tune in, so that's good to know. All right.
What odds would you need to put money down that Bo will become UFC champ?
They still need to be plus, I think, at this point.
What time window are we talking about?
Any time window. No time window.
Any time. So
by the end of his career.
On it. I think that's a solid bet. I bet you wouldn't even. I mean, because if you think about other guys, so we'll say, Bo did not make a world team, but we're gonna say he's at that level. Obviously, you guys would agree where he's world
U23
class.
world champ. Yeah.
Yeah, he's world class. Of the guys who have gotten into
him.
mixed martial arts, who have been truly world class, I would say it's a high percentage who've won a high level world title.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, because now since my class of 2008, I think you could definitely. I would make the argument that Ed Ruth was world class.
Yes.
He obviously didn't pan out. Pico would be world class.
Yes.
I think he's still young. He's still like 25. Obviously, like you mentioned, Christian, I think he probably didn't have the ideal start, but now he's won 6 or 7 in a row now. I think he's kind of moving in that.
No, man.
What?
The more I think about it, I don't know. Kamaru Usman is not world class. He was senior level.
I didn't say you had to be world class. I didn't say to be world class, but I said if you are world class, then
Steve Mako was, and it didn't work out.
Okay. Who else? So I'll say I didn't win a UFC title. I won a high level belt. And so you can take my name out. You can call me a failure if you want. I'm okay with that.
I will not.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You beat a UFC champion.
Okay, it's fine. But so you have Daniel Cormier, you have Henry Cejudo. Those guys are both world class, and they achieved at that level.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not a lot of guys who made the transition. So then you would say Ed Ruth didn't, Steve Mako did not, but he started. The thing is, Steve Mako didn't start until he was 33, or what was it? It was after 2012.
Because for a long time, he didn't take his effing shoes off.
Shoes still on for Steve.
Yeah, so that was a while.
But how old was Daniel?
Daniel was old too.
He was old.
He did two. He did 2 Olympic cycles.
Yeah, and then he still won multiple UFC belts.
And so, but then who are the guys prior to that were world class that also did well? There was a couple of them.
Prior to them,
Mo Wall won a Strikeforce belt, right?
Yeah, he was good.
Kevin Jackson fought for the title.
He only had that was.
I know he had 2
fights though. I think 2 fights or something.
Still got a title shot.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's like a 50-50, guys, because there are not.
Yeah, because John Jones and Colby are super high level, and I mean John Jones may be the greatest of all time. He was not high.
Correct.
He was a good wrestler, but not close to world class. Nor was Colby Covington.
But the thing is, there's just not a lot of guys who you would actually consider world class who go on to then fight. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
true.
The number is not that big. Well, because it's hard to achieve that status of being an actual world-class wrestler. It's very hard to achieve that status. And so therefore there's going to be a smaller number, whereas guys who achieve like NCAA All-American level status, right? Tyron Woodley, Colby Covington, Usman, John Jones, and I can keep going, right? There's a lot of these type of guys because the threshold is lower. And yes, a lot of those guys are going to achieve. Because I do think in wrestling, there are in MMA, once you cross the threshold of your wrestling is good enough, which is NCAA America is really high level wrestling, you can generally use it to do what you want type thing.
A lot of people are getting on you, Ben, for underselling your own career.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to brag I don't even want to have that discussion. I would like to leave myself out of it and just have a totally separate discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we can still brag on our friend.
Well, I appreciate that.
Is there a chance? What odds would you need that Bo wins a fight via spank submission?
What is that? I don't know that submission.
Well, he spanked Zahid Valencia relentlessly.
Well, then they might consider that tapping out.
That's
you remember
true.
that fight when Randy Couture had who was he beating up? Randy Couture was beating up Vitor, maybe this. I mean, this is old MMA. Hey, Randy Couture.
Didn't Matt Lindland fake tap once?
Matt Lindland did. No, but Randy had him stuffed. He was stuffing a submission attempt and then was slapping him on the butt. And everyone was saying he tapped out. It was a joke, because obviously he wasn't tapping out. But I mean, in MMA, if you do this, that that's a tap, Like, so everyone joked, like, oh, they should have stopped. Vitor should have, I think it's Vitor. Vitor should have won because he was tapping.
Yeah. I don't know.
So you
Was Bo
probably shouldn't.
Nickal tapping out against the Heat Valencia? That's now the question that's on everyone's mind.
Yes. I
With
mean, I
2
just
seconds
wouldn't
left
do
in the
that
match.
motion. Yeah, I wouldn't do that motion if I were in mixed martial arts, because if they said you tapped, you can't really argue you did freaking tap.
Yeah. You can't unspank that behind.
It kind of came up on the wrestling team the other day, and Ben can speak to it more, but one of our guys was like, yeah, I feel like more high-level wrestlers should make the transition to grappling. That's specifically what we're talking about. I guess you can throw MMA
Why?
in there too. But what I'm saying is, like, you have trained your entire life to be world Olympic champion. Like, and if you're we were talking about Jason Nolf specifically.
He likes grappling a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he was down in Austin training with some of the clubs down here and doing camps and whatnot. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but Jason Nolf is number 2 or 3 on the ladder.
So close.
Like, yes, you're that close. And, like, it's not a total restart, but it's a bit of a restart.
Definitely.
And you're just
the only argument someone would have would be that I do believe grapplers are paid. You guys are experts here. I think grapplers are paid better, unfortunately. So I think that'd be the only argument. But RTC guys are making okay livings right now. Maybe Jason Nolf wants to retire from wrestling in a couple of years after, say, 2024, and he doesn't really want to do anything else. Then yeah, sure, maybe jiu-jitsu would be a good outlet for him. But like what I see, like, I think people want. I mean, for me, there's definitely more grappling opportunities, and I've just said no. So like, I don't grapple at all. I go to the wrestling academy. I teach wrestling. I wrestle with some of the guys. Unfortunately, Flo, there's no wrestling opportunities. If we did a pin only, maybe I'd be in. I'm not sure. I'd have to really think about it. Like, for me, it sounds like a lot of fun, but then it's like, oh, I should probably actually like train like seriously, not just wrestle high school kids. But yes, there's no opportunities for wrestling. Like, just I don't want to say as a hobby. I guess as a profession. What would you guys consider that? Like,
yeah, I mean, there's the sport is revolves around world and Olympic championships, and athletes don't see a lot of value in doing anything that is not in support of that, and they view competing as they're not as into it, and they're paid a lot just to train.
Yes.
And pursue that one thing, and then there's the coaches don't really care about
and that's different in jiu-jitsu.
Extremely different. Could not be more different. Completely different culture.
Yes. So that's the issue.
Yeah. So I mean, like, in wrestling, coaches are like the main decision makers for the entire sport, not just like they are given the direction for the sport, which doesn't really make sense, but it's where we are.
Well, this turned into like a why is wrestling different than grappling discussion. I was more just talking about, like, should
they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think someone like Jason.
Should they?
If no,
or not like should they, but like why don't they? Because
it would take. I mean,
exactly.
To be the best in the world is a full-time thing.
Yes.
Well, I mean, even in wrestling. So I mean, this is like I actually did this, so I speak to this. But even being the best in the world at wrestling it's a full-time thing. Like, you have to focus all your energy on it. So like in 2010 when I came back and I thought, who made the effing team? Someone who I didn't think someone I thought I could beat in 2009 made the team. I retired in 2008. Someone else made the team in 2009. I thought I could beat them. 2010, I had signed the contract with Bellator. So I had April, May, and June fight. And I thought, I can still train. I can only train wrestling. I'll train wrestling half the days, and I'll do MMA the other half of the days. Mm-hmm. And so at the MMA competition, it wasn't a high level. And so I beat all them dudes up despite training half wrestling. But the wrestling, I lost in the semifinals of the trials, and I just wasn't on the same level because I was doing it half time. And so it's like if Nolf wants to beat Kyle Dake and he's gonna take 6 hours of training a week and put it towards jiu-jitsu, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he needs to put, I don't want to say 100%, but somewhere near 100% of his time focused on wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what you what your goals are. If you want to find
The goal
a
is to make the Olympic team, right?
yeah, if that's your goal, then
And like if we're talking about Jason Nolf, like since the time he was probably 6 years old, that's been his goal.
yeah,
It's not as easy as just, okay, I give up on this goal and I now pursue something else. Especially when you're that close. Like you said, though, like an NCAA All-American type who can take a realistic look at himself and go, yeah, I'm probably never going to win an Olympic medal.
Yeah.
Well, why then? I guess
little
my
easier.
question is with the jiu-jitsu MMA thing. Why would you choose to just go jiu-jitsu when you could just go into MMA where you'll get some jiu-jitsu training, but ultimately like the
You
payoff
don't
could
take all
be
the head trauma.
You don't get, yeah.
The way I would view it is
Fair.
like, hey, someone gets a college degree, right? They're a good wrestler, NCAA American, or somewhere around that level, and they get done and they go get a job, and they work 8 hours a day, and they're 23 or 24, so they're probably not married and they don't have kids. And it's like, well, what else can I do today? You got to do something. So, I mean, you could maybe help out with the wrestling club or coach. Or go find a jiu-jitsu gym and then just do, right? You want to stay physically active. Lifting and running is boring as shit, right? So you want to like wrestle or grapple or do something like that. So you find your jiu-jitsu gym. And then just because you're an NCAA American, you're probably already like a purple belt-ish, right? You're good. You know how to move your body. You're strong. You can battle. And then you do it for a year and you're like, hey, this is kind of fun. I kind of like this, and then you're kind of a brown belt, and then someone's like, hey, you want to take a fight? Sure. Not a fight, a grappling match. Yeah, sure. It sounds like fun. That's kind of how I would view it.
Yeah, I think if one of these guys wanted to immerse and really do it, they could, like someone like Nolf could be really high level in probably a year. If he like went to Danaher's gym and just like, all right, I'm moving to Austin, I'm training with Danaher, or I'm moving to Austin, we're training with Craig Jones, he would be really, really high level really fast. Period.
Agreed. But there's other guys. I mean, aren't some of those other guys who've done really well? Like I thought, what's his
Nicky Rod?
Nicky Rod. Didn't Tonin have a wrestling background though? Also, like a decent high school wrestler.
Who? Gary Tonin. Yeah, he wrestled. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Michael Pixley's coming up. He was a good
who?
Division II wrestler. Michael Pixley.
He's a Daisy Fresh guy.
Oh yeah, yep, I remember him. Yeah. So and that's kind of how I view it. And I mean, I've advised this of other guys who like they have a solid job, and MMA is a stupid career. Like it is a really
that's why
bad
I didn't
career.
Take
So,
it from the idiot himself.
If you graduate college and you have a good job and you need to get an urge satiated because you like to battle because you were a college wrestler, don't go fight. Like if you have a good job, go do jiu-jitsu. Like it's fun. You're going to get to choke someone. You get to try to battle them every day. And, it's going to be fine. Like just do that. Try to be black belt. Try to be good at it.
Battling Ben
Dude, there's some dudes, I honestly, with my son, I'm understanding myself more. And Amy said something today. It's like, I just love to battle. Like I like grabbing people and like trying to manipulate them the way I want to. But Ozzy,
like a sociopath.
Sean Gray came over last night, and then Ozzy's like, hey, you want to battle? You want to go downstairs? Last week, when Louise came over, he's like, he went through a signal. I said, you need to battle me downstairs right now. Like, dude just wants to battle. You want to see a funny video?
Yeah.
Like, it's literally making my...
Don't show him Roadhouse.
Watch this. This is from... Can you see this? This is from gymnastics last night.
Yep.
Like, this is at gymnastics class. Oh, damn, water play.
You keep missing. There you go.
Boom. He just takes that dude down. He's in the green shirt. Just takes that dude down.
Like, in gymnastics class.
He's supposed to be in gymnastics class, and he's just wrestling this dude.
How you letting him go to gymnastics but not wrestling yet?
Because he's not 5, so he can't wrestle.
Well, he could. He can be a gymnast, but he can't be a wrestler.
Listen, they believe in child abuse. I don't.
You're sending your kid there.
Amy, the other day, someone said something about this is my. I mean, I'm embellishing a little bit for sake of comedy.
Yeah.
But Amy, I actually went to gymnastics last week. I think I was coaching at Funky Fresh. I took the night off from regular practice, and someone said something about like a 7-year-old doing like 5 practices a week at gymnastics. They do like 5 days a week, 3 hours. That's child abuse. And I said it. I said, dude, I disagree. That's child abuse. I would never do that to my kid.
Dude,
and Amy's like, we're at gymnastics. You gotta be quiet. I'm like, nope, I won't be quiet. That's child abuse.
I agree, man. There's some kids that I know around here that are doing that 4 or 5 days a week, hours and hours and hours. Like that is not good.
When they're 7, not good. Because at 7, I mean, Christian, you have kids. JD, you're out of this discussion. You can't talk about it.
I've toned out.
At 7, they are not making their own decisions at 7. Like they can say things, but it's so heavily influenced. Like I could convince Ozzy he's a transformer. You know what I'm saying? Like I could talk into Andy to thinking she's a freaking mermaid. Like they're so heavily influenced by the things they're hearing. So if they're saying, "Yeah, I want to go to gymnastics 3 hours a day," they're being influenced by someone, whether it's a coach or a parent or whatever.
I literally had this exact conversation yesterday about wrestling. I was like, see, he never said it, but I could tell Caleb wasn't necessarily wanting to go to practice. He like stayed up late and he was out at the water park all day and he was like tired. And he's like, he'll go. I was like, I know he'll go if I ask him. He'll do anything I ask him to do. But like, I only want him to go if he like wants to go. And so he got out of his own funk and then he like just explained that he really wanted to go without me ever having to bring it up. But like, yeah. And he's 11, right? A 7-year-old. Oh my gosh, they'll do anything.
No.
They don't even know.
Really start thinking like totally like thinking for themselves. I feel like if an 11-year-old's doing it, it's super mature. But 12, 13, 14, some of them don't do it till like 14, 15, maybe 16 if they're super immature.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and what I mean by mature thinking is like the whole it's an emotional maturity of saying, if I don't really want to do this right now, or I don't want to do it all the way, but if I want to do this because if I do this, then this is going to lead to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like for me, like I actually love wrestling, so that would be like drilling. I hated drilling. I found it to be so boring, you know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of days where I'd say like, I'm gonna freaking drill this because I want to be good at this, and if I don't drill it, I'm not gonna be good at it. I would rather just wrestle, shake hands, let's wrestle. You know what I'm saying?
That's another conversation we had yesterday. Because, like, they didn't go live yesterday at practice. He was like, I really just love wrestling. I was like, I know. He said he really does. That's, like, his favorite part. He loves going live. It's like, man, but the drilling is going to make your live even more fun. It's going to be more fun of a part of the practice. And they go live pretty frequently. So it was a rare practice they didn't. But, yeah, it's funny. It is fun. But it's good that he likes to, like, do the act of wrestling. That's exciting.
Yes.
Tanner Jack, do you think grapplers talk about transitioning to wrestling? Definitely not.
No.
They hate it. It's the least favorite part of their thing. They're like open about it, like, this is terrible. These guys are crazy. They're savages. Like Nicky Ryan, like apex predator jiu-jitsu guys, like, I hate wrestling practice. It is the worst. They do it because they have to, and they know they have to have some level of wrestling proficiency to be good.
We just talked about making an emotionally intelligent decision.
Exactly. Okay. Keith Gothard. Wrestlers hate tough wrestling. Grapplers hate all wrestling. Perhaps.
That's a little close to true.
All right. Do we want to go to some questions here?
Hey, I thought people in the comments are kind of not liking tears. I thought everyone enjoyed tears. I always enjoyed tears as a listener.
They don't. These are the deviants, you know.
Deviants, huh?
This is a small portion, the small passionate fan base, the commenters. The fans at home, I think, appreciate the tear talk.
I'm watching I'm watching Randy Couture slap Tito Ortiz's butt.
It was Tito. That's who it was. I said Vitor. It was Tito. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Randy
Classic.
tapped.
Maybe he did.
Mark Coleman, world class wrestler, actually won a UFC title.
Kevin Randleman was good.
Randleman, I don't think he ever competed in international wrestling, did he? I mean, NCAA champ.
Just Ohio State.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah. If you're an NCAA champ, I'll put you on that.
World class.
Yeah, for sure. My name of Jeff says, can you guys jog my memory of this? What was the context of one of the Brands brothers? It was Terry saying they don't want to see tough wrestling or something to that effect. So it was Terry, and it was in the Spencer Ragusan match at Big Tens. And I don't know what was being asked for or I don't know what the official was doing or what the Michigan staff was saying or doing. But basically, whatever they were doing, Terry didn't like it, and he said they don't like tough wrestling.
Was it they were whining about the because everyone whines about this with Spencer, and it's a fair whine. Yeah, how his bar turns this direction.
Yeah.
Was it that?
Yes, I think it was.
Okay.
They don't like his bar.
He gets away with it a little bit, but part of it's he doesn't stick his arm like all the way in there. He only sticks it a little bit, so it's kind of like harder to see the angle of the fist arm.
Yes. He's you can get sneaky with it.
He's very good.
He's very good. Hey guys, this is from Richard Kinsierski. With the new rule that freshmen can wrestle 5 times and not lose their red shirt, does a tournament count as one or individual matches counted? Thanks. So the question about the individual tournaments, I actually asked a coach this morning, and he actually didn't even know. So I think there's maybe a little confusion there, but it wouldn't, like if you go to CKLV and you wrestle 5 matches, that wouldn't count as all 5. The question is, would that count as 2 if you wrestled on 2 dates? Which
2 weigh-ins? Is it number of weigh-ins or number of competition?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I think it isn't. What's the terminology like? Event date?
Dates. Yeah. You don't know anything about dates.
Tomorrow is the 10th. I know that.
Oh, there you go. I just meant like dates with chicks.
Yes, you knew it. Wait, is it the 10th?
Dang, already. Flying by this month. Okay, so yeah, we don't know. We'll find out soon, though.
Well, JD's leaving to go to the junior.
I know.
World.
I won't be here Thursday.
Dang.
And then for a while.
You will be a Bulgarian. Will
Bulgarian
you bring
boy.
back some bags?
I think he's gonna get married over there.
Bring home a wife?
Is Colleen coming?
No.
Or are you just gonna get a new wife? That would be interesting. A new
you're
first
not married,
wife.
are you, JD?
He's not married.
No, I'm not.
He's not married. Dang. You come.
I'll tell you what if I said that. Delete this part of the podcast.
Yes. Okay. Anything else before we depart on this fine Tuesday?
I can't wait to talk to Shane Sparks about
Roadhouse. I almost want to watch it tonight. Is it? I wonder where it's streaming.
Watch the first 20 minutes, and that's all you need, Christian.
House. Streaming. Where is it streaming for free?
If I had to guess, I'd say AMC Plus.
Fubo TV. I actually have Fubo. That's how we watch the dang Astros.
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
Just turn on Roadhouse right now.
Oh, I nailed it with the AMC though.
It's on AMC. Oh, it's gonna have commercials apparently, but I can watch it. It's gonna make it take even longer. 1989. 1989. I bet Shane really does know it. Is this Patrick Swayze?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I can't wait. Shane's gonna have the most outrageous take on Roadhouse tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, he will have a strong opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet Patrick Swayze, top 5 man crush for me, guys. That
was pretty good.
That could be a sentence. Ryan Deacon, Patrick Swayze. I'm not sure who else. Oh yeah, here we go. Whoops, sorry. It's Roadhouse, but also FRL is playing. All right.
Oh my goodness.
I've got some work to do.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right on that one. You might have nailed that.
All right. Can I take Mike Mal's job? No, Mike Mal's not going anywhere. Well, he actually is going somewhere.
Well, I actually thought this too because he posted a picture of himself going to California or something like that. So I figured, hey, he's leaving Flow.
No, he said in the post it said he was continuing to work for Flow. So yeah, he's going to be.
Don't read that far. I just saw a picture of the Poway shirt.
Yes.
And I said, hey,
it was a long post.
Illiterate Ben Askren, but yes, he is moving to Poway. He's going to be the club coach there in Poway, and he's going to continue to, which is basically what he's been doing in Texas, but he's going to do it in Poway. It's a really awesome opportunity for him and his great family, and he's still going to be able to do all the things he does for FloWrestling.
He's going to keep the exact same job at Flow.
Exact same job.
Very cool.
Very cool. So yeah, You can't have Mike Mal's job because he still has Mike Mal's job. If you can take him down, even still you can't. Sorry. He's irreplaceable.
You think Keith Gothard could take down Mike Mal?
Absolutely not.
Keith's a big dude.
Doesn't matter. You can't take him down. Keith, I'm sorry.
Them's are fighting words.
If it's just like, hey, let's go. If they just slap hands, takedown wins, Mike will get him. 100%.
Woo! Oh, that I'm in. I want to see it. Put it on FRL next Tuesday.
Yes. Do we hire software engineers that know a lot about wrestling and pay like six figures? Like six figures? Maybe. I don't know. I assume we have software. Do we have software engineers? We have engineers. Are they
You guys
software?
got software engineers. Come
Yes.
on, you're a tech company.
I mean, I don't know. I literally don't know. But yeah, of course, Joe Caprino, please apply.
Didn't Joe
Keith
Caprino do something really cool for us? I feel like did he make a graph or a chart or a database or something that was awesome?
I don't know.
Are you thinking of
Joe,
Kozak?
you made something for us. Joe, tell us what you made for us. So the problem is when you and I are talking right now, the lag to Facebook is a good 15, 20 seconds. So I can say this, and then we're not going to see the answer for a while.
Yeah. Gothard says he'd spladle, but he spelled it wrong. There's only one D in spladle. He said he spladle Mike.
You don't know, Christian. You just don't know. You don't know that move. It's
Is that an Illinois move? The splattle.
Splattle.
Yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, I can't remember what
Okay.
Joe did, but he's good like that. Larry Steele says Caprino definitely made something.
Oh yes, that was it. The semifinals records and finals records.
Oh
of
my
college
gosh,
coaches.
yeah.
That was awesome. Hire this man.
Hire him to be an engineer of spreadsheets.
Yes.
All right. Takedown tournament for the Facebook chat. That would be
I'm in on that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see it.
Oh my gosh, if we could organize that, that would be so amazing. Santa Sion needs to come back. I agree completely. The issue is no one has a reason really to come here anymore to the studio because it's an empty place where we just do events now. No one actually works here other than us.
A couple other people.
A couple other.
I'm not sure what they do, though.
We're not even sure.
They might be in software engineers.
They could be software engineers that just got moved over here. They have to earn their place at Congress. Okay. We're really leaving. It's really
All right,
over.
I'm out of here. I can't wait till tomorrow. I'm so excited to hear Shane Sparks talk about Hampton.
I'm gonna watch Roadhouse. Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
He's seen it. I'm gonna watch it. I may take notes during it. Okay. Roadhouse breakdown coming tomorrow. I'm not even gonna
Roadhouse Radio Live.
I'm not even gonna tee Shane up. I'm not even gonna be like, hey, I just know in my heart he's seen Roadhouse. I just have to know it
I'm sure
and
of it.
believe it. And we're gonna base the entire show around that presumption. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. Could be our biggest show ever. There's no way to know. Thanks a lot. We'll see you then. Happy Tuesday. Goodbye.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing? And welcome back to another edition of the show. It is episode 328, and it's August 9th, 2022. Joined once again by Kyle Klingman from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Kyle, what's good?
You got a streak going here of calling it right, Cedar Falls, Iowa. I don't know what turned the corner. Usually you're take pot shots at me, and I've gotten used to it, but that's okay. You didn't even know our guest today was an undefeated 4-time state champion. I had to inform you about that.
You said it, and I said, yeah, one of two.
I don't know. You knew who the second one was.
It was Nick Siriano. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's bring him on, though. It's Anthony Ashnault. Actually in transition right now, but Anthony, thanks for joining us. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Coming live from Apex Wrestling Club up in Mahwah, New Jersey. Just doing a little clinic this morning and figured stay here, hang out with the kids, hop on the call while I'm here, and finish it up afterwards. So it's all good. And there's multiple 4-time champs in Jersey, but me and Nick were the sole undefeated guys. You know, you can't forget. Shout out to Mike Gray. You know, he's killing it at Cornell, but he was the first 4-timer out of Jersey. He had a couple losses, but he was a stud that set the trend a little bit.
Awesome. And congratulations. It just got announced, I think maybe 30 minutes ago, making the transition to NYC RTC. So congrats on that. But I do want to back up and kind of cover your storied career at Rutgers. And what I want to start with, and I know your brother went to Rutgers, so you were in middle school or high school when that was going on. And I don't know, just talk about the transition. Like when your brother got to Rutgers, what was it like? And the transformation you saw over that time since till now.
Yeah, for me, I was like, I think a lot of wrestling siblings, they're like, you know, we're big fans of our siblings. So growing up, my brother was born in 1989. I was born in 1995. So we were 6 years apart. And I was just always following him around to Ohio Tournament of Champions, different tournaments like that when he was a kid. And then all the way up, he ended up going to Lock Haven before he went to Rutgers. And you know, the moment he went to Lock Haven, I was Lock Haven's biggest fan. Lock Haven was a little down at the time, and I remember I wanted a Lock Haven singlet, so I bought like at the school store like two pieces were just getting in style. I bought a Lock Haven top and just black compression shorts bottom, and I was a huge Lock Haven fan when my brother was at Lock Haven. And then 2 years into Lock Haven, Rocky Bonomo was getting ready to transition out of there as head coach, and my brother transferred to Rutgers. And you know, I didn't really know much about Rutgers, even though it was only 15 minutes from my backyard. And I really wasn't a huge fan of Rutgers wrestling at the time. But the moment my brother went there, everything changed. And I was a big fan of him, and I became a big fan of Rutgers immediately. And, you know, just going to all the matches, they were in the EIWA at the time. So, you know, they were battling with a bunch of EIWA Ivy League schools, Bucknells, the world, Lehighs. And they were fun. And it was opening my eyes up to all these other programs. You know, I always had a favorite school that was kind of Penn State growing up, but until my brother went to college, then it started opening my eyes to all these other places and all these other programs, all these other coaches. And, you know, when my brother was in college there, I got to get around the program a lot. They started the youth club during the time he was on the program called SKWC, Scarlet Knights Wrestling Club. And Coach Goodell, who the head coach is there now, he was the head coach then. He brought in Coach Joe Pollard to run that club, and it was a great thing for me. I was in middle school, high school, getting to go in, and it was majority of room meant for extra work for the college guys at the time when it first got started. So it really was a couple handful of kids, but really kept under the radar, and majority of it was a great college room. And so I got to be exposed to guys like my brother, Mario Mason, at a very young age, other guys that I guess aren't as popular, but just all these studs that were like on my radar that, you know, I was looking up to, watching them wrestle in these matches versus Lehigh and Bucknell and home matches at Rutgers. And then I got to go in on Sundays at SKWC as a little kid, and I would be wrestling with these guys. And, you know, every year it was like I was making these progressions in my own way in wrestling, and I was closing the gap on these college guys. And in my own backyard, I was able to see the progress I was making just out of that Rutgers room, out of that little youth club. And it wasn't the only place I trained. Like I said, I'm at Apex Wrestling Club right now. And, you know, I've been here plenty of times as a youth training with Coach Logan. And my hometown of South Plainfield. I trained there majority of the times with a bunch of different guys that were successful in college and different All-Americans like Troy Heilman, Scott Delvecchio, and they wrestled for UNC, Troy, and Rutgers, Scott. So, I had a great upbringing, but really Rutgers I was a huge fan of my brother, so I was around it all the time. And yeah, I loved it. And by the time it was my turn to make a college decision, they were still, climbing the ranks, probably ranked 25 to 30th in the country and consistently. And, I really decided to go to Rutgers over the schools like Penn State, Oklahoma State, Michigan, and Oklahoma because I believed in the process. I saw the process. I saw how much better I was getting. I saw how much better my brother was getting. I saw all these other guys, and a lot of times during this time period, Rutgers got knocked for not having guys punch through the round of 12 during this time period. They had a lot of guys lose in 2012, 2011, 2010, and then the round of 12 not punch through to be an All-American. And in my mind, that wasn't an issue. It was kind of an area to have an answer for me. I was like, I could be that answer. I could come to Rutgers. I could change the tide. I could get higher level guys to commit. I could be a national champ there multiple times. I believed in it. And you know what? I ended up going there and I really never looked back. I had a great run. And from the start, I was successful and, it was really good times.
So, and I was going to ask, did you feel like you could be a flag bearer? And was that something that, obviously you just said that you were thinking that way. Was that a pitch from Coach Goodale? Like, hey, we're making progress. We need a face to kind of elevate and punch it through and make others believe that it's possible to do that here.
It was definitely a little bit of a push for sure. It was definitely more of a push even, I think for me, yeah, maybe it was a push they were telling other people, but to me, they were more like, trying to make it actually realistic. Okay, who do we have to get? What kind of coaches are you looking like? What kind of is our staff good enough? Does it look good enough? Like there was a lot of things that were put on my shoulders in a way, not in a bad way, but just like, what kind of partners are you looking for? Do we need to bring other guys in? Do we need to pay guys to come in that are out of college? Do we need to recruit other guys your weight class to push you? And all those answers were yes, and it was more Coach Goodale putting everything he had into it. Like, what do we need to do to get Anthony Ashnault to come to Rutgers and be successful here, to believe in it? And, he answered all those questions and did a great job at it. And, pretty much everything he promised came true. So it was a great run. It was awesome. I really hope, I'm going up the street to moving to Hoboken and training at a New York City Regional Training Center now. But I really hope one day to go back there and coach at Rutgers and continue that career there. And, right now it's just a shift to focus on myself and my own training, but it's no translation to how I feel about Rutgers. I still love it. It's still my school. I'm still going to represent them with a lot of pride.
Sure. And you hear a lot of guys say, hey, if I really, really want to make this push to make world and Olympic teams and earn medals, you kind of got to do it full time, and splitting it with coaching maybe isn't conducive to that. But to your coaching career, it's been short to this point, but it could pick up again once you're done competing. What did you learn? A lot of people say, man, as soon as I got done wrestling and or started coaching, I saw the sport differently. I thought about it differently. Did you experience any of that?
Definitely helped my technical game a lot, and just different areas, finishing cleaner on shots. Definitely helped me break down as a teacher. You have to go in and explain things at the highest level. And it helps me understand all the things I'm trying to get across a lot better. Every time I felt like I went into the room and I had to explain a setup to a single or a single leg, it's like my technique to the single leg and setup to the single leg was getting cleaner. And things like that were great, but even on deeper levels to kind of understand where, I guess mostly for me, it was understanding a lot of where my faults are in life and in coaching. And, to be a great coach for me, it's to be all in. And it was hard when I started competing to try to not be all in, and coaching hurt me more than anything, really, mentally. I was having a great time coaching all year, and then it's like comes around time for the Bill Farrell and US Open, and it's time to start focusing on myself to compete. And with that takes the attention away from the guys that I was coaching. You know, I become more selfish. I'm thinking about what I need to be doing. And the feeling of doing that hurt me more than just doing all in one area. Like, it just hurt me to feel like I was halfway in with the guys and not there for them, to need to put them through things or be a partner for them. You know, no matter whatever it was as a coach, I just felt like I wasn't able to give my all in the coaching realm as an assistant coach there. And that was tough. So I learned that I just, you know, if I'm going to go back to coaching college, I want to be all in on that. And I want to make a difference. And I want to be a vocal change in whatever program I'm at, you know, and whether it's technical work or culture work, you know, I want to be a big aspect of that. And when I was trying to compete, I just felt like I couldn't do that to the ability I know I'm capable of.
Sure. Let me help you. You go like this. So if you could,
Thank you. 2 hours teaching, you know, coffee, no water.
I understand. Yeah. I didn't want to let you go on. If you could, you know, take what you learned as a coach, and maybe it's technical, and maybe it's like some mental aspect to it, and give yourself at your college self any piece of advice. Is there something you would tell yourself that maybe you learned during your coaching?
Definitely, the biggest thing I would say is be all in what you want to do, and if you want to be a national champ, I think 99% of college Division I wrestlers understands the discipline, the work ethic, and what it takes to get there. And if they really ask themselves and tell themselves that, then you have to answer the bell, man. You got to do those things. And the thing I learned about myself, if I'm saying I want to be a world and Olympic champ, then I need to go do those things. Like, I can't halfway do them. And that's what I kind of felt like what was going on for me in the last year and a half, 2 years. And I was unsure about how long I wanted to wrestle when I was first done with college. But, you know, this last year has been amazing in the sense of training for me, but not amazing in the sense of performance, in my own performance for me. So it's been really hard to deal with that for the first time when I was training where I felt like I needed to be and competing in practice how I needed to be and not translating to the mat. You know, for the first time I had to look at myself in the mirror and like ask myself these things, not the first time, but in a deeper way, ask myself what needs to change, what's not working right now. And, you know, I think I had my hands in too many pots, you know, I just too much things going on in life that I personally wasn't able to balance all of them and be successful in the one that I really wanted to be successful in, which is competing myself.
Was there like an aha moment where like, oh, this is okay, yeah, I need to go all in, train? Or was it just kind of a confluence of the things that you just described, and over time the answer came to you to like, hey, I got to do this freestyle full time?
The aha moment, I'd say, was at the U.S. Open. I lost to Doug Sapp, and I don't know what round it was early on in the tournament, and I forfeited out. And the mental state, I can't even like comprehend the feelings I was feeling because I just never been to that point. But it was hit like in the moment all at once, kind of when I went back to my hotel room and really thought about the performance and everything that went into it, and then how I felt about it and where I was trying to head. That was kind of the aha moment for me, where I was like, yeah, you know, I thought I could be this guy that could do it all. And, you know, I really want to win. At least I really want to compete to my potential. If anything, winning's not everything, but I at least want to go out and compete how I know I'm capable of competing. And I wasn't doing that. And it was just the aha moment. I was like, okay, like, if you want to go compete how you know you're capable of competing, like, we need to go all in. Like, me talking to myself, like, just we need to do more. We need to cut things out. We need to make sacrifices. We need to be more disciplined. We need to go down to 65 kilos. There was all these things that immediately I had answers for. And it was just like, just a little bit of a clutter in my mind, because at this point it's, I guess, April. So it's a hot spot of recruiting. Mm-hmm. And the other part of it is I have to get on the phone and start calling guys to want to come to Rutgers after I just had one of the worst performances I felt like I had in a long time. And that was really hard to do. And it was just an aha moment, because it's like, I don't want to get on the phone and call guys. I want to go work on what I need to work on, whether it's mentally, physically, or otherwise. And it was hard to like put those things to the side of how I really felt and like the coaches at Rutgers did give me a lot of leeway in the sense of picked up the slack of things I wasn't doing, whether it was recruiting or other things. But then when I started slacking in those areas, it's like, damn, I'm slacking. And it's how you do one thing is kind of how you do everything. So other things started slipping because I was slacking in that area. And I just didn't love that feeling. It felt like a downward snowball effect.
I guess at some point you had conversations with Goodale or just said, hey, I'm leaving. But what was that like? Talking through that process with him and explaining maybe kind of what you just explained to us.
At first it was I wanted to just compete again. And it's like I love Rutgers, and it's like I think a little bit of it was like, well, they did give me an opportunity when I'll rewind a little bit.
Sure.
I went in there, I guess, in early July, and I had the conversation where I was like, hey, I want to compete. I think coaching's holding me back from what I want to do competing. I want to go down to 65 kilos, and I want to compete to the best of my ability and make world teams and make Olympic teams and win, and at least have the chance to win. Right now, I feel like I'm not giving myself the best chance to do that. And that conversation, for the most part, went great. They were on board about it, and then they even did one up and kind of made it happen where I would have a situation to be represented from the SKWC, and then that was great, and I love that opportunity. And I love Rutgers, and I did want to stay there. It was just things for me personally that I couldn't be as selfish as I want to be at Rutgers. I had all these investments in relationships that were years of building, whether it was athletes on the team or coaches on the team. And it was just really hard for me. And I don't know, if others ever had this feeling, but for me, it was just a personal decision. I didn't feel I could go into the room anymore and be as selfish as I needed to be in terms of training and getting the things I needed to do for training. And as well as I wanted a little different of an environment to do all those things. I wanted different and maybe more better partners to do that with, or different coaches with different experiences. And, that was just a personal choice at that point. So that was a much harder conversation, I guess, the second time around. Yeah. And it wasn't the best thing because I wasn't sure of all this. So, I was figuring it out as I was saying it because, I had that feeling in the US Open, but it's like your obligation is to coach. So my main job was coaching. I sat on a lot of those feelings for a while, besides telling like a few amount of people, but not really a lot, definitely not the coaches. And then I told the coaches about wanting to leave. And then it was about telling them I wanted to leave and go look at some other places. And that was a really hard conversation, couple conversations, but I just felt like it was the best thing for me. It was something I really needed to do if this is what I want to do. And the moment I did it, it's like I felt a lot better about it. And I feel great about the decision. And a lot of the different stresses and anxieties that I had about competing and dealing with all these different obligations in competing immediately went away. And I haven't competed since then, but just the quality of my training has been great. And I think that's only just because of how I'm feeling myself.
Sure. And obviously, right, we mentioned earlier, you're going to be training at the NYCRTC. How did that come about? Did you reach out to Kendall? Did he know your situation and reach out to you? Or I assume Kendall, but could have been somebody else.
Yeah. So I'm pretty close with Chance Marsteller. We've been getting closer throughout the years. We were both, 4-time state champs in high school at the same time, which was really cool. Me in New Jersey, him in Pennsylvania. So the bond kind of just started from credentially, just having a similar upbringing. And we were both studs as a kid. He was definitely a bigger stud. He was a beast as a kid, beating seniors as an 8th grader. So he was the original conversation, just without even knowing. He was just telling me all these things about how his training was impacting his wrestling, like on a really short time scale from when he started training there to when he made Final X and did really well at the trials, and all the benefits he was getting out of it and how they were treating him. So that just really gave me confidence in one of my peers that I trust, having trust in them. So that kind of opened the doors. And, as a kid, I always went to different clinics with a couple with Joe Pollard taking me to Kendall Cross clinics at Hoboken, or even on my own a couple times. I've been at Edge Hoboken with that group. So just being friendly. I've always tried to be friendly to the different coaches I've came across in the game. And we had a bond immediately. And I told Kendall about just, I wanted to open up my options and just see what else was out there and see who else would be interested and see if another place would be a better fit for me, kind of thing. And, we had an original conversation and just we connected really well. And, I guess you could say we connected really well, and it was just more natural. It was very natural process, just kind of talking on the phone up to the point until now where it got announced today. And there was a period where, I went for 2 weeks, just going in to train and feeling out the process of training with the group of guys in there and looking at the city of Hoboken and Jersey City and potential of where I would live and things like that and what it would be like to live there and train there. So I did all those things and I felt really great about it. And that really made me feel comfortable to just, make the move.
Sure. In that 2 week span, when you're kind of, I don't know, we call it recruiting trip, but feeling it out and checking it out, what was the training like? But who were you training with and what did you like about it? I guess are more of the questions that I'd like to know.
It's I've been training with Coach Buxton in the last 6 months, and I didn't really mention it, but he's really the one that gave me the biggest excitement to come and want to compete for a long time right now and get back on get back all in, and it sucks that I'm leaving him to do that because I really loved working with him, but it was outside reasons besides working with him. It wasn't that I loved working with him. It wasn't that. And, it's different than his style. His style is super, I don't know how to describe it, just, disciplined in the fact that he has something that he wants to probably cover that day. And he's going to stay in the realm of that technique and develop it and show all the options from that one technique, whether it's a single finish or say it's a seatbelt that day. We're going to work on that seatbelt most of the day. We're going to spar on that seatbelt, and it's very disciplined, that seatbelt. And it also probably has to do a little bit, the partners is Sebastian was great at Rutgers, and we had a guy, Kamal, who was great at Rutgers. And then outside of that, it was a lot of the college guys. So it had to be a little bit more detailed than what we were asking of them and showing them to do. And I'd say the biggest thing that I'm really excited about is the last 2 weeks, it's been training 2-3 times with Jordan Oliver and a couple days training with Afto Konchikavili or Konchesny.
Konchikavili, I believe.
Sorry. I have a terrible time pronouncing foreigners' names, but the room, the quality of the guy in the room is just so high that in the new NYC RTC room that I didn't think it was going to be a big difference in that. And the biggest excitement for me is every day I'm figuring out things that I thought I was strong in or positions I thought I was good in, or just ideas that I thought I had that were cemented in my wrestling that aren't cemented anymore because they're not working as well on these higher level guys. And even Mitch Feinsilver has gotten so much better since I wrestled him at 149 in college. And so those were my really 3 partners. And then actually Ja'Cory Teemer was in last week and I got to wrestle a match with him on Friday, which is awesome. So it's the revolving door as well as the guys that are constantly there in the room is the biggest thing I'm taking from it. And the technical work with Valentin and Kendall is different in ways. They're both very different, but it's very beneficial to me, man. Valentin is very straightforward. It's sometimes he'll just be yes. Sometimes no, that was terrible. And it's I don't even know what the difference between the 2 reps were, but it's I love that because I want the honest feedback. And a lot of times I was very used to going into the practice room and being in control of my partner and the pace and the positions we were working in. And now I feel the opposite. I'm I'm the guinea pig trying to catch up, trying to make it work for the partner, and just trying to discover where I could get better. And every day I'm walking into that room with an agenda of what I need to work on, what I need to improve on, which is something I've always really enjoyed. And I just got away from it a little bit. I just got away a little bit in the last couple of years at Rutgers, but it's something I did really well at Rutgers for a long time. And I'm so excited to have all those feelings back again and just, hopefully maintain the habits that help me feel in that way and keeping those thought processes the same way.
So that's a lot of inside the room. I guess outside the room. So it sounds like you will be moving, and I guess I don't know my microgeography very well, but Rutgers and Hoboken aren't close enough to kind of commute every day.
So I live 30 minutes from Rutgers now in a town called Red Bank. It's on the water, close to the Jersey Shore of New Jersey. That's like where I want to, end up one day. That would be the dream, to live where I'm living now. I love the area. And I'll be moving. Well, that's about 30 minutes from Rutgers, and then it's another probably 45 minutes. So it's a little bit of a mini triangle from where I'm at on the shore up to Rutgers in the middle of the state, and then Hoboken's close to New York City.
Right.
And a straight line from where I live right now is about an hour. So right now I'm commuting to practice, and it's not easy, but it's just something that I want to get accustomed to with the guy. I want to get accustomed to the guys on the squad, as the coaches, and I love training. So I want to train, and I want to get in there with the best guys and train. So I'm making that drive now, and I'm moving full time to Hoboken September 15th, which will make things awesome right after the World Championships. And I'm really excited about that. Hoboken's a beautiful town. I think it's like known for being like a square mile large. It's really, really tiny, but I bought a Vespa, so I'm excited about that. Recently, I'm going to be riding the Vespa around Hoboken. Nice little matte red. So, I still got my Rutgers roots. It's scarlet red. Vespa, I'll be rocking that around Hoboken, getting to practice, getting the lifts. So I'm excited about the move, and it's also close to New York City. So I've always gone to New York City as a kid, being from New Jersey, but I'm excited to get in there more often and easier with the path or different ways of transportation from Hoboken.
Yeah, and it really, they did beat the streets in Hoboken a couple of years ago. I've been out there a few times. It kind of feels like New York City, right? It's right across the water. It's very condensed. What are you looking forward to most about city life?
I love the feeling of just like blending in, like whether it's getting on the subway and I'm moving in with my girlfriend, so that's exciting too. It's exciting that she's excited about it. We've lived together now for 2 years, but that was a big thing in the process, having her on board. She was on board the whole time, which was great. But she was making fun of me because I was telling her, I was like, I can't wait to just take the subway and take public transportation. And she thought I was a weirdo for that. But I like the idea of just this chaos going around you and you just being calm, going about just going to my job kind of thing, which is cool. When usually you're going into the city, you're part of the chaos as a commute, as a, tourist, or I was a tourist from New Jersey going into the city usually. And now it's no, this is my city. I'm just on the subway as a casual, and I like that feeling. So I'm excited about that.
I love New York City too. And kind of the stuff you just described, it would be, and I've never been there for probably more than a week, maybe 10 days once. It's always fun, but people are like, dude, if you live there, you might get sick of it. So I'm interested to check in with you in a year and see what the experience is like. It'll be very true. What, I guess, so we're talking about moving and training and the setup. When do you think you'll compete again or next?
Yeah, it's a tough time period for competition. I wasn't able to go to the Poland Open. That was, I feel like pretty much the last tournament on the docket right now for guys that didn't make the world team or competing at the World Championships. So it's just trying to find a competition on the next calendar year. And UWW hasn't really released anything earlier than February right now. And, just talking to Kendall and Valentine, January and February seems like it's going to be a real intense time of maybe training overseas as well as doing tours to compete, which is something I never really did. I went on Athletes in Action, but that wasn't the same as going to tour and training and then right into a competition, which seems like they do almost 2 times a year, which I'm really excited about. And it's something I feel like is necessary if you want to win at the international level. So, just waiting for UWW to kind of release these tournaments after the World Championships and for the next season, and then just coming up with a plan. And me and Kendall talked a little bit about what that would look like. But really, we need to see what the dates of these tournaments would be to really plan it out. The next thing on the docket for me is probably a training trip to Georgia at the end of this month in early September with
Country?
Yeah, with the country, with some of the guys from New York City Regional Training Center, and really it's in preparation for Mitch's World Championship. Really all the preparation in the room right now for them and for us is getting Mitch ready. He's competing in a big tournament, and we're just trying to be there for him, what he needs and things like that. So as well as work on areas we need to, but that's really the focus in that trip and training right now.
You're like a red shirt who's getting the guys ready for nationals.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask this, but I guess you kind of already said it. Is it safe to say you're going to compete at 65 moving forward, or do you see yourself moving back and forth?
Yeah. No, I don't see myself moving ever again, really, till I'm done competing. Just unless the Olympic weight changes, 65 kilograms is going to be where I'm at. And, it is what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Fair. All right. Want to kind of pivot here, and I heard the kids in the background at the camp. I think that's great. I know I've seen you post a lot of stuff working with youth, and this is like a really kind of ambiguous and open-ended question, but like, what is the best way to prepare youth to be successful in the long run? Right? We can tell them to rip headlocks and to do things to win today, but like if you could give some advice to a dad or a parent or a club coach, it's like, man, this is an approach that you need to take with the youth to really help them be good in the long run and to love it in the long run. What do you say?
I say the most success I've had in that is finding a way to making discipline and hard work fun. And which is hard. You get this group of 5 to 7 year olds for their first time coming to train, and how do you make it hard, fun, and still get them to like enjoy what they did? Like, well, if it's fun, they're going to enjoy it. But how do you make it hard and instill disciplines in them while making that fun? And that's like the challenge, And I think me and a couple of the guys I work with, we do a really good job and finding that balance. Giving the kids like little mini rewards, whether it's they made it. It might have stunk for 3 weeks and the practices were really hard and it was a lot of high crotches over and over again because it's the first time learning a high crotch and it's a little boring. But then all of a sudden, and after that 3rd or 4th week, they get rewarded with a shirt or one of the club shirts or a singlet. And all of a sudden you see the kid's face when you're describing that he earned it. And maybe he got over a couple tiers in some of those practices. And it's like, hey man, you earned this t-shirt. Now you got over the hump. You've been really working hard in the room, and I notice it. And those little moments, I feel like, I think when I first started coaching kids, it was always about making it fun, playing toe tag till they drop, playing first to a lock till they drop. And those things are still important to instill and have in your practice for those really young guys and trying to make it fun. But I got more into how do I really install life lessons while making it fun? How do I explain to them, hey, when coach is talking, we're not talking. And it's okay if you don't like what I'm telling you right now, and I have a loud voice right now, and I'm telling you this certain discipline. But if you're able to listen when coach is talking and not talk for a couple times in a row, weeks in a row, practice in a row, months in a row, now all of a sudden, now look at your technique. And I've been very fortunate where I've had kids enough times to stick through different practices where I get to see them get to the other side and have that enjoyment when they do reach the goal of not mastering, but getting down the single leg, getting down the chase the hamstring go behind or whatever it may be. And now it's like making fun in the technique. All right. Once they get it down, now it's like little games where, all right, I'm going to put a minute on the clock. You 2 6-year-olds, you only are allowed to do a single leg with this setup. Let's see how many good ones you could do in a minute. And they're all like, oh, okay. Oh. And they like get really excited. And then all of a sudden now they're firing fast ones, not just slow ones. And some of them aren't great, but now they're learning how to be intense. And so it's just little tricks and little ways I've discovered or different coaches I've been around that I steal things from. And I would just say the biggest thing is finding a way to get them to work really hard and instill these little disciplines that we all know wrestling instills in us, but doing it in a fun way to get them hooked on it.
Sure. And again, maybe you just mentioned this, but you're at Apex. Damian Logan runs the club. He does a great job. What's something that Damian does well with the kids that maybe you've picked up or you already knew?
Focusing on the positions more than like focusing on our feet, on his like watching him teach yesterday and today. It's like on his feet he's teaching these kids. This is a camp, not like his club, so it's the first time he's seeing, not the first time for most kids, but it's more like it's intro stuff, and he's teaching more, how am I putting my partner on my feet? How am I circling my feet? Where am I putting my hands in the hand fight? What am I thinking about to get this shot open? But not necessarily right away am I going to take the shot. So it's more about positioning and understanding the whole general concept of how I'm going to win wrestling positions. And then on top of that, similar to Edge does a lot of it, but just breaking down more positions and letting the kids figure out those positions. So teaching everything about a high crotch, and then not necessarily sometimes teaching them how to enter into that high crotch, teaching them the position in the hand fight, teaching them the position of where their hands are in the setup and good setups, and just leaving it open-ended, and then showing different things in the finish of once you're on the leg, and leaving that room for creativity and like how they're really going to get there. We gave them tools on how to approach it, gave them tools on how to finish it. And it's like, let them be a little bit imaginative in how to go about it,
Yeah, love it. All right, got one more segue. Kyle Klingman has been hanging out over here. We got a little segment. I don't know when he's going to ask it, but I do know he's going to try to stump you.
All right. Trivia?
I hope so. Yeah, it's trivia. It's called Sweat It Out. I have 5 questions. Are you ready to play?
Yeah, I'm a little upset. These are the first 5 questions you're asking me, but
They'll be good. They'll be good. I asked a similar question to Mike Malanconico when he was on, so we'll see if you know. Who played the role of Kyle in the wrestling movie Win Win?
Alex Schaefer.
Got it. Number 2, where did Scott Goodale coach before he was hired at Rutgers?
Jackson Memorial.
Yep, it was a high school, so yeah, pretty unique path. All right, number 3, who did you defeat 7-6 for 3rd place at the 2015 UWW Junior World Team Trials?
Freddie Stroker.
Yep.
Kyle.
Got it.
Kyle. These
Let's
are
go.
not softballs, but
Let's
I
go.
mean,
that was a tougher one.
I
wrestled a lot of matches. That was tougher.
All right, number 4. Who beat you for 3rd by the same 7-6 score at the 2013 Junior World Team Trials?
Ooh.
Joey McKenna.
Yep.
4 for 4.
And just as a note, I learned this as we went along. So 2013, there was the moment where wrestling was threatened to get dropped at the Olympics. So at the national tournament, you were part of that 3-period system where it was like 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. You could win that way. But a few months later, when you wrestle at the World Team Trials, it was a new system of scoring. So I don't know if you remember that, but that's what happened there.
That's crazy. I just remember, like, yeah, there's these different times with these different rules, but I don't remember the timeline like that, which is weird to think about,
Yeah.
Kyle does. Kyle doesn't forget anything.
Well, I try not to. Number 5, who did your brother Billy lose to in the round of 12 at the 2012 NCAA championships?
Boris Novachkov.
You got it, 6-3, and he went on to place 3rd. You went 5 for 5.
Wow, 5 for 5.
Yeah,
Slam
dude,
dunk.
that's good stuff. I mean, that was trivia about my own life, so that was fun.
Kyle Schaefer's older than you, I think, right?
Alex Schaefer?
Alex Schaefer. What am I talking about? I got that one wrong.
one or 2 years older than me, and yeah, he's funny, man. His Instagram name is Z-list actor. I guess like it's like a joke, like yeah, yeah. But I think he's still acting. I've came across on Instagram a couple times. Like he was with Nick Soriano like 2-3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, and I swiped up and said, "Yo, what's up, boys? Like, how we doing?" And me and Alec, we've been on plenty of teams together as kids. He was a stud in New Jersey. I think he was a 2-time champ, but maybe 1-time state champ at the time, and then got the win-win role and just stopped wrestling. But everyone thought he could have been special, man. He was hitting some crazy moves that he like just would make up. It felt like he wasn't a kind of kid that was like yeah, he trained hard, but I don't think he was. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't think he was the kind of kid that was like Bo Bassett training or anything, and he was very dominant at that level.
Sure. What'd you think when you heard he was going to be in a movie? And then what'd you think when like it was a big movie with like big time actors and actresses?
I thought it was funny because I knew him pretty well, and he's very goofy. He's super goofy. He was the kind of kid that wore pajama pant bottoms to like every tournament. And I thought his personality was good for it. Now I'm older and I could be like, all right, yeah, it's probably good for acting. But at the time, I was like, oh, that's funny. Like my world at that time was all wrestling. It was like, how do I be a state champ? How can I be a national champ? And to me, it was like I was like, I can't believe he's not going to wrestle or he's going to give up part of wrestling to do this. And I was more shocked. And then I was excited when the movie came out. I wanted to watch it and support him. And I thought it was awesome. I could tell people I wrestled with this kid and I know this kid. And, I was a huge fan. I was watching, supporting him, telling people about it. So, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. Great movie. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Win-win. Not a whole lot of wrestling movies out there, but that's definitely one, and it's a good one. And that's kind of going to take us to the end of the line, Anthony. So we're going to give you the last word. Anything you want to say about anything before we let you move on?
No, I got nothing, man. I appreciate you guys wanting to catch up, and it's always nice talking to you, Mark, and nice talking with you. Kyle, right?
Yep.
So it was great talk. Sorry.
It's all good.
Great talking with you guys. What does Mark usually mess up about where you're from over there? What does he usually say? In the beginning of the show, you were saying he nailed it.
Oh, so I'm from Cedar Falls. Yeah, he tries to mess up Cedar Falls, Iowa. He'll call it Cedar Tree or Cedar Rapids or Cedar Grove or just any number of things. So he likes to make fun of where I'm from.
Is that on purpose?
I knew Missouri did. I think so. I think he's a little disgruntled. Missouri hasn't won an NCAA title, and Iowa has them all, so it's a little tough. So he's got to take pot shots.
Oh man, here we go.
You're an Iowa Hawkeye fan or Iowa State Cyclone fan?
I mean, Northern Iowa's right here.
Or Northern Iowa, the Panthers.
He lives in the same town as Northern Iowa.
Nice.
I think he's just a general Iowa wrestling fan. Is that a fair
What
characterization?
Yeah. What do you think?
But I grew up.
Brody Teskey.
Yeah.
Brody Teskey's in the transfer portal, right? Brody Teskey in the transfer portal, right?
I'd like him to stay at Northern Iowa is what I'd like, but we'll see where he ends up.
Is that a chance?
I think it's a chance. Yeah, I think absolutely could stay here. I think he's just exploring his options. I don't have anything other than just my innate knowledge of that. But yeah, I think that he might stay, but I don't know where he's looking right now.
Yeah. I got a question for both of you guys before we get off. Like, do you think a move like that? Do you think these kids are just making the option to see who's going to come to them and who's going to pony up to see if he has options like that, or do you think there's actual things that he wants to go somewhere else for?
I think it's, and I'm not speaking for Teskey's situation in particular, but I think that could happen where kids enter the portal because, well, let's see what else is there. And now you're with the NIL, right? I know the coaches and the teams can't come to you, but I know they have these collectives and these outside organizations that could approach these kids. So I think in some cases it's like, let's just see what else is out there. Maybe I'm not unhappy, but maybe there's something better. But speculation completely. I don't. Having
which is crazy. It's a little crazy. You would hope, if they're happy, they're gonna stay. People are gonna stay. It's like, but yeah, you could only think. He's entering the portal from a Northern Iowa. Maybe he's thinking like, I'm at a smaller program. Let's see what else is out there. I don't know. Like, I don't know him like that either. But yeah, you don't know.
Let's have Kyle weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting topic because I like what Mark said there, but I think there's also the exhilaration of, hey, when that gets announced, hey, you're early 20s and it goes viral and you're in the spotlight. I think it's a big deal and it's alluring to see what's out there and the potential of NIL money right now. I just think that idea of exploring your options and just putting yourself in the portal and coaches are going to be coming after you and contacting you. I think that's alluring.
It's crazy. It's so different. And I don't, NIL wasn't a thing when you were in college. I don't know. It's like between the portal and NIL, it's like changed, not the landscape, but maybe it's changed a dynamic within college athletics and probably other sports much more than wrestling.
Yeah, even just the portal besides NIL, it's like when I got to school, Nick Soriano going from a Big Ten school to a Big Ten school without getting suspended for a year was a huge deal. Yeah. And now it just, you could just do whatever you want. So it's like, even that part's a little different. When I was coming out of high school, it's like, I think a lot more went into the college decision in sense of hopefully this is going to be home for a bunch of years. And this is where I feel most comfortable. Whereas now it might be, I might not be most comfortable here, but they're offering me whatever they're offering me in an NIL, and I could just transfer if I don't like it, and there won't be consequences. And, it is what it is. So I think that part's crazy, but it's also,
I'd like to ask you, Anthony, if I could, just on that note, when you're in college and you get an Instagram post or you go viral, is that intoxicating? Is that a fun thing as a college kid to have that happen?
Yeah, definitely. For me, my senior year, I got rid of my Instagram and Twitter because I knew I was getting to the point where I was intoxicating for me. And it was just like I've always wanted to be as successful as possible in wrestling. And I knew at that point in my life, I was 23 and I was like starting to feel all that stuff. And I had some crazy matches my senior year. So it's like that stuff's going viral and I'm seeing what it's doing and I'm walking into Starbucks and kids are like, "What's up?"
Anthony shot him down.
Like, it's hard to not love that. And, I just removed myself from social media for the most part of the season. And that helped me a lot. But the problem with that is like, it's a way for us to make money. It's a way for us to build our network. It's a way for us to build our brand to make more money when it's time to have other opportunities. So it's like a double-edged sword where I think you need to have an understanding of the consequences it could bring. And, I don't do a great job with it anymore, I don't think, because of those feelings. I don't want to deal with those thoughts. And I'd rather just honestly do less and stay away from those feelings and thoughts. But as a college athlete, it's huge. And I think it's not, I don't think it's definitely way bigger, like you're saying, now than it was when I was in college from 13 to 19. And it's not even that many years later. So I think, the best athletes do the best job at it. The guys that are wrestling at the highest level, they use it to their advantage. And I think they shut it down when they need to, but use it when they want to, a boost or whatever it is, sharing a big win, sharing a big moment, sharing a deal. And, some of the other guys that maybe are struggling with it are just consuming themselves in it and looking for it as validation to them doing well, which is a cancer,
Man, I feel like, and we're going to pause it, but we could this is like a topic that could be explored in 100 different directions because everything you said is right. And you can make the best of it, or it can get the best of you. And hats off to you for just kind of putting it all to the side during your senior year, because that can't be easy when you get those feelings and it is awesome and everybody's praising you and you feel great. So tip of the cap to you for putting it away and get your national title.
Thanks, man. And thanks again for having me on, man. It's been fun. Appreciate you letting me share some good news up here with you guys. And it's good, man.
Yeah, good congrats. Stuff. Enjoy that pizza. I love it out there.
Yeah.
All right,
pizza in Hoboken, man. Hoboken's going to be a level up in the pizza game. I'm excited about that. Italian delis in Hoboken as well.
For sure. Well, thanks for joining us, man. Best of luck, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks. All right, Kyle, that was a good one, man, and I love the twist it took at the end there. You just never know.
That was fun.
You never know what's going to happen. So, but congrats to Anthony on his move to Hoboken, or upcoming move to Hoboken, and the NYC RTC, and maybe one day he'll be back at Rutgers. Sounds like he has nothing but good things to say about them. But that's going to do it for today's show. So for Kyle Klingman, I'm Mark Bader. We'll see you later. Thanks.
See you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you, I guess, at 12:30. So, yeah.